I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity, and it's totally transformed the way I eat because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across the country. The variety is unlike anything I've ever seen, with over 100 menu options to choose from every week, so I can always find the exact global cuisines I'm craving, whether it's Thai, Japanese, or Italian. So I can have Chef Christy Flores' signature grilled spicy salmon bowl for lunch, and Chef Mark Forgiani's incredible rigatoni with mushroom bolognese for dinner, and all at 50% off if you click now. To meet my health goals, I've been using the app to easily filter through dietary options like vegan, keto, and even high protein. So I get the nutrition I need without ever stepping into a grocery store. And on my busiest days, they offer convenience I can count on. Meals are freshly prepped, delivered right to my door, and ready to heat and eat in minutes. And the best part, it fits my budget. Right now, Cook Unity is offering 50% off your first week. Get this deal today because it won't last long.
All right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Cotton.
All right, counsel, good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
Many states don't allow the 911 call. I know I was muted right there, but that's going to be some of the issues that we're going to go forward when we hear this. But our own Michael Bryant is in court. He will be able to give a full recap and will plan to do so when there's breaks or at lunchtime. I'll be popping in from time to time. I have a full day already booked, and I will see you tonight at the 6 o'clock show, but I'll try to pop in from time to time and also have this in my ear when I can. I know I was muted and then I got unmuted. I wonder who muted me, partner. Just kidding. But this is going to be very interesting how they do this. And you have to feel for the children, the father. But the issue is going to be postpartum psychosis. Can the defense advance it? And can the prosecution really disprove it? So Michael is live tweeting from the courtroom. He has control actually now of the screen from the courtroom that you're seeing of the stream of the trial. So that's a new advance with our new little Wi-Fi that we have. But I'm sure that what's going to be happening is that the judge has to tell. Are they going to empty the? They can't empty the courtroom, I don't think, for the 911 call playing. But the judge obviously had said no one is going to hear it. It's not going to be rebroadcast. It's not going to be replayed, along with, as we understand, the autopsy pictures and some of the scene pictures dealing with the children's clothes and the blood. That was a motion the dad came in and made. The defense agreed with the motion. I don't think anyone disagreed with the motion, although there is a lot of rumblings about preserving or hiding a 911 call on this. So we'll see later on, but that's going to be, obviously, maybe after the trial it'll be released, but not during the trial. But it's going to be very, very hard. Trigger warning. As I said, we are putting together a show. There's three of our viewers who actually have indicated that they'll come on a show to talk about postpartum psychosis. We'll have somebody on the amount of drugs that she was taking. We'll have Dr. Dean from England on why the European countries don't consider the killing of a child murder. They consider it infanticide within the first period of time. I think it's a year of the one child's birth. Okay, so, we're going to see what's going to be happening here. The prosecution, obviously, who has the burden of proof, goes first in the opening statements. Defense does not have to make an opening statement, but I don't think attorney Kevin Reddington is going to not make an opening statement. I think that would be something that it's not in this case. He needs to tell the jury what happened. I mean, don't we want to know what happened? I'll guarantee you the prosecution is going to say she planned this intent. She planned this intent, and defense is going to say, wait a second, planning does not eliminate postpartum psychosis. You can still have postpartum psychosis and plan. I mean, the nature of it is that it's horrible. It's a horrible thing that happens, and her hormones have all changed. And she was on a treatment for months, and she was taking so many different medications and all. So it's just going to be a very, very difficult case, but maybe one we all need to listen to and hear, because we've come a long way being educated from the Andrea Yates case in Texas. All right. Michel, I'm going to just mention this because you say call infanticide, but I'm telling you what what Britain does and what many of the European countries have done since Britain is 1938. There's still a penalty, but it's not considered murder because of the nature of the hormonal imbalance causing postpartum psychosis. Now, postpartum psychosis is a lot different than postpartum depression, which we've learned how many women have postpartum depression in this country. I think a long time ago, they used to call it and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the baby blues, right? The baby blues. We've learned a lot more since then. Daylight 255, thanks for being boots on the ground. Yeah, Michael sent a picture on our ex account, I should say. He can get into it because, as you know, my ex account, I have no control over it. X has no help getting it back. A number of people apparently have gone through this, and apparently I'm having a great time selling cryptocurrency. So Michael is the one posting right now on our X account, JSTV. I have no ability to post on our X account, but he's also he was in the chat here earlier. I think you saw him in the chat under, we're all under Justice Serve TV, but it was from the courtroom, and it was clearly from Michael. We'll see. I mean, it's also going to be interesting. Do they need to give her breaks because she's in the wheelchair, or is there something with her being paralyzed from the sternum down that makes it that we're going to need more breaks in this trial? I don't know. We're all going to be hearing really the facts at the same time. KC 1125. Yes, you said when you had your children was called the baby blues. Okay. Yes. So we'll see what's going to happen here. I want to learn more about it, and I think this trial is going to allow us to learn more about it. I think the prosecutor has to be careful being so snippy's kind of the word, but just initially rejective. I think you can try this case if you're a prosecutor, if you believe you have a case that this was not postpartum psychosis, that there was a motive for her to kill the kids, not related to a postpartum psychosis. But you remember the power of likability with a jury is huge here. Okay, is very, very huge here. I will tell you, just like I see a chat, that YouTube doesn't like any of these cases. When I was out at Matter last week, and Jodine Weber so kindly substituted for me as co-host, we were covering that horrible case in California, whose name I can't even mention, but you know the one I'm talking about, that's had the preliminary hearing, which is very hard to listen to. Well, we got demonetized for that. I'm surprised we didn't get struck, but we got demonetized for mentioning the case, mentioning the facts in the case and all. So it's interesting, and I hope that YouTube significantly allows this to go forward, because this is a discussion and information we will hear about. I couldn't tell whether or not the experts had a psychopharmacologist. I know that if this were my case, I'd be calling one. But they did have Dr. Philip Resnick, who is the forensic psychiatrist, who is considered the leading forensic psychiatrist in the country of postpartum psychosis. All right, I'm hearing some sound, so I'm going to take myself off. Please put your questions and everything into the chat. Michael is going to hopefully come out and do a lunchtime, it won't be abbreviated because it'll be lunchtime, discussion about what's happening. And of course, we will have our 6 p.m. show tonight with a complete full wrap up. So there we see Kevin Reddington talking to his client right there. That obviously was what the judge said. Remember, sometimes and now very common, and I've been all for this, defendants go to sidebar, but she really can't go to sidebar easily, right? So that he has to tell her what is happening. So we should, so we don't know what the judge said. I guess we'll find out by the way that the attorney's open. And again, the prosecution will go forward and defense then will, if they choose, give an opening statement. Now here, it looks like they're going back up to the bench. Okay, it looks like they're going back up to the bench. Maybe, oops, we're getting the camera is up there, and maybe that was a decision that that Kevin Reddington had to discuss with his client. We don't know, obviously, but just like the jury who will be sitting there will be, just listening. Matter of fact, I'm not sure. Did the jury come in, or is this all still pre-jury coming in terms of the judge wanting to see the attorneys at sidebar? Obviously, unless Michael Bryant tells us, we can't see. So I don't know whether or not the jury is in through these sidebars already. All right. But wow, yeah, you see, we're all talking about the same thing, but there is a trigger warning because it's very difficult. By the way, the jury, if we get to jury charging conferences, will be told that if you find her not guilty by the reason of she couldn't conform her conduct and have the required mindset of culpability, it's not called insanity in Massachusetts, then the jury would be told that she goes to a facility where I think she will be for the rest of her life, because I think what we're going to hear is she still wants to take her own life. And I discussed the other night a case I had, Gigi Jordan killed her son at the Peninsula Hotel here, taking pills, her and herself. She said she wanted to also commit suicide. Her life was saved, but obviously a young'un has a different tolerance for the amount of pills than an adult. She was convicted of the manslaughter instead of the murder, so we considered that a big win because that was our strategy at the trial. But when Gigi came out after serving her 8 years in prison, within 3 weeks she committed suicide. She offed herself. So it's very, very they're terrible. So Michael apparently posted on X that Judge Sullivan is talking directly with the ADA, whose name is Sprague, okay, likely regarding her opening statement. So, but I guess you also have to talk to the defense in some way. But thank you, by the way, thank you for all of your chats and your support. Thank you, Silver Jewels, for that. We really appreciate everyone's support here. And I will put, I think I have another one here to show. Thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it. Okay, so now we're sitting down. Let's see what's happening. Mr. Reddington is not shielding his client. A lot of times has his chair back, turning around. His chair is back. Many lawyers will make sure they're between the camera and their client so they don't see the client. He has no fear or opposition, obviously, to the cameras sideways on the client. Now, he's talking to someone in the back. I do not know who. We're seeing a little bit of the well. You know that I always object to that. I don't think we should see the well of the courtroom. I like California that changed the rules after O.J. Simpson and said you can't see the well of the courtroom because that just foments, people going, oh, one side or the other. And yes, people have reactions. And, the reactions of people in the well shouldn't affect what the evidence is. I think Mr. Reddington is a very good lawyer. Obviously, he represents Jen McCabe. I understand maybe he doesn't like my client, Aiden Carney, too much, But that's irrelevant to this. I am judging him on the fact that I think his performance in court has been fabulous as a criminal defense attorney, and we will see. I mean, if we look at what he's done to this case already, who do we not like? We don't like DA Sprague, because of her maybe it's her manner, maybe it's who she is, but she has to be who she is in a courtroom. You can only be who you are in a courtroom, because the jury will pick up if you're phony. And he has got us to think about the fact that she was on medicines, the fact that she has postpartum psychosis. He's agreed with the father. So he's kind of like set the stage for us accepting postpartum psychosis. And we haven't even had an opening yet, right? So I think that in itself shows a fabulous presentation by him, because he's presenting without us even hearing anything. Okay, so Michael said the press has been warned again about recording the 911 call or photos, prohibited by Friday's order. So I guess the question becomes that some of that material may be used during openings, and maybe it can't be, or maybe the cameras have to go off if it is, or whatever. So I think that's the technical issues that they're having. This is not so easy once you enter the order on the 911 call. And so I don't know what the judge ruled. Did the judge rule that maybe you can talk about it and people in the courtroom can hear it? Or maybe the people in the courtroom can hear it, but the media broadcast has to go off. I'm not quite sure, and we will find out from Michael how technically this is being enforced this morning when we all listen. I mean, if they have, obviously, they mention it or they play it, then just turn it off, but you're hearing the opening, so then we know that the jury will have heard it. If the jury does not hear it during openings, and there in some states, in Massachusetts is very particular. Until something is admitted into evidence or chalk, it's either chalk or evidence as they call it, you can't use it before a jury. In New Jersey, that's the case. You have to get special permission from the judge, because exhibits and things are not evidence. So you can talk about the evidence, but you can't actually use the evidence because it's not evidence until it's marked into evidence. Okay, so we're going to see all rise. I am going to mute myself right now. And obviously, thank you for joining us here at Justice Serve TV. Michael Bryant in the courtroom. We'll be tweeting on X. I think, Joy, you'll be posting what he's tweeting on X here if you want to stay on. I've told our mods they don't have to be on all day. It's a lot for them. They are fabulous moderators, but, they can take a break too. And we trust all of you to comment and watch the trial without needing parents. Okay, I'm going to mute myself, take myself off the stage.
William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw a name, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, that was quick. I'm back on the stage because we're hearing beeps. Okay, right now. Okay, so that's very interesting. So I just put myself back on the stage. I may just leave my little icon up there, but and you'll see Tubi the Poodle. Okay, it looks like we're stopping, and as soon as we stop and we hear it, okay, I'm taking myself back off the stage, everyone.
I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 001, offense 003, charge of murder. The jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which she's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and/or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. And so that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of the how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios. And in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right. And then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is. Believe me, much more detailed at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial. And as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right, that's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right. I have no opinion. Now, also during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right. Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed. And that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, it just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right. So that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. All right, when I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right. In this courtroom, this is the sidebar. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right. So we do that over here. It can be annoying. I know that. But we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, you're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here. Right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right. We're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right. And so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just, it's up to you. That's your option. All right. You should know that those notes are your notes. By that, I mean, we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day, they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable, all right? And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2. And we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day. All right. And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You will see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, Overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to? Yes. Thank you. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial, certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, it goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have two young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of, he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that could lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy, lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. She was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works in Brigham and Women's Hospital. Saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She could only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Oh, because you didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And you can say, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids. And they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feelings. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore perinatal behavioral health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Mrs. Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5, December 7th, diazepam, December 7th, quietapine, December 9th, diazepam 5, December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. we can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're gonna have to clear, because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day, one day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jawada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jawada to find out what's up with the medication, and Jawada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Jawada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Jawada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Jawada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th to 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital Emergency Room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Whatever. Absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out. Again, don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all right. Jury, this way, please.
All right, counsel, we need to discuss anything at this time?
No.
Okay. So we'll be in recess for about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clear the courtroom, please. Thank you.
Left yet for my new appointment, so I was listening to the opening. Let's see if we can go. I can actually, see. Whoops, if I do that, he's in there. Well, maybe he'll pop out. I don't know if he has time to do just in a break. Want to get your reactions. I mean, okay, you can't hear me? Really? Let's see. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you all hear me now? Let me put the microphone closer. Can you all hear me now? Is that better? Better? I need some, there we go. I think this should be okay. Because we're plugged in, microphone is plugged in. It's on. There's a little green thing. I don't know if you can see it. The little green thing, it shows that it's on. What your reactions were? Pretty horrified with all the recitation. Pretty, I mean, that she tried to get help, and that really that the prosecution said this was a phony suicide. I have the pictures here. We may put them with trigger warnings up later the show tonight. I took screenshots of some of them, but there's no doubt if I'm on that jury. I mean, my initial reaction is I believed every single word Mr. Reddington said. Okay. And even the mother-in-law tried to help her, and she went for help, and Joy right now is trying to put together a show with Lisa Van Cycle. I know you're in our chat, Lisa, and also two other, and I have them right here, and you know who you are. People that have written to us that'll be want to do a postpartum show. We're just trying to figure out the date because next week I have actually I have to be at 3 different evening representations of clients upstate, so that Michael's probably going to end up doing the show alone for the most part, unless we can try to get it for another date and all. We're even trying to work it out this week, but Joy's going to be in contact, so we will see what we can do. But they kept right. The help was, I mean, all of you who have doctors right now, I have a very good doctor. She just, she's like an old fashioned, wants to be in charge of everything, know everything about you and all. But it just seems to me that no one was in charge of her health. She kept going, and different doctors kept giving her different things. And this is it's a mental illness, but it's caused by a psychiatric issue of psychiatric issues really caused by the hormonal imbalance to start. And there we have our Michael Bryant. So now that he's on, I'm going to let him speak, and I may leave you at 11:30 and then be back at 6. Michael.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I didn't bring all my
We
accoutrements.
hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, pretty dramatic hour and a half or so once the thing actually got started. Who likes Attorney Reddington? Huh? Very good.
I like
Very
him a
good.
lot.
Very good. I said hi to him before we got started. He's just an affable guy, and it comes across so obviously to this jury. When the prosecutor started, first of all, it was the woman, Ms. Buckingham, who'd been kind of second chair, for lack of a better description. So she, tried to immediately humanize the kids with, little jokes about their, and the jurors were, smiling, kind of, everybody loves a little story about an 8-year-old, 5-year-old, 3-year-old. But, that immediately turned dark as she got into the details that they expect to prove in this case. They each went for about half an hour, as I'm sure you noted. Anything that I'm going to at lunch go through all of the jurors, give you the breakdown as best I can. I'll just give you some general observations. And now, a couple of folks in the back row they're nodders. A lot of this. It doesn't always mean they're agreeing with what's being said. They're just acknowledging it. There's a lot of that. The majority of them are in the 30 to 50 range. I'll put it there, and vastly white. Some I can't tell, I admit, and one African American or Indian, hard to tell. That person is the furthest away from me, so it's a little harder to get a read on that nationality. But all of them, rapt attention. They've been waiting. They when they were impaneled last week and then had a long weekend. I'm actually a little surprised that one or more didn't say, look, I thought it over. I can't do it. Because remember, during the jury selection process, 3 people who had been seated came back the next day or a day after that and said, changed my mind. So I was a little surprised. We got all 18 in the box, and they're all there, ready to do their duty. I think the judge is doing a great job. I see reaction to the judge is pretty good.
Very good. I mean, I thought he explained his pre-trial instructions were pretty good, or his pre-evidence instructions, I should say.
Yep. Yeah. He even had a little baby lectern up there. Were you impressed by his little baby lectern that he had with his notes on it? Yeah. So obviously not the first time he's done this, but I think this kind of case is a challenge even for those that have done it a lot, just because the nature of the case and the emotion. We know as well as we can know that the ex-husband, father of the kids, will be the first to testify as soon as we go back in after the break. I've not seen him yet. Not sure he has been there. The courtroom was packed. I would say there are probably 100 seats, maybe a little less. And the media has 3 rows on the left side, on the jury box side, and then the rest is for the public. And they were queued up from the front of the courtroom door all the way to the stairs, which I'm guessing is 100 feet. But they all got in, and I think I saw even a couple of folks come in after the seating, because we sat for almost an hour before they got started.
Wow.
So they got everybody in there. That's typical though of opening statements. That's one of those. Let's go. It's like opening day, in baseball. A lot of people go. Me, one of them. I admit it, and then I'll have to take a break myself. Court's off tomorrow, which kind of threw a wrench in a lot of the scheduling. But the court says it had nothing to do with any of the parties. Just something came up, so they're off tomorrow. Not actually a bad idea. What do you think about that? Because today they're going to get pounded. They've now got a layout of the case. They're going to hear from the father. How long that goes, I'm guessing there will be a lot of first responder types after that. I would imagine it's going to be a very heavy day, and maybe a day off is not a bad thing.
Yeah, especially after they've been pounded with all of this. I think that's probably, I don't know. I was listening on the side, but I came when Reddington said he was going to show the photographs of what the state was claiming was the phony suicide, and I think I sent you 3 screenshots so we can decide whether we're going to use them later or not. But you see those. That's so. Hey, I'm just like, people do practice suicides, practice cuts, but this was pretty substantial. I mean, I'm going to ask you this: can you tell because it sounds to me like there's one doctor villain that Reddington is really going after with the prescription over and over again. And it also sounds to me that indeed with the fact that he's going to explain what postpartum psychosis is and the drugs, that are there any, shall we say, representatives of the drug companies in court? Because there was a listing of drugs, which I know you will put together before our show tonight and look up, because they went by too fast for me to list them.
Yeah, and some of them were I got to find them in writing, because as Reddington said them, you know, I got pretty good phonics, but I don't think I got the exact spelling on some of them. Some of them are very common. Obviously, a lot of the benzodiazepines we're very familiar with. The real question is going to be this piling on of these drugs. And it just sounded like, again, this is from the defense opening, that she was just twisted in the wind. You know, wherever she went, here, just have these drugs. How about these drugs? How about these? And if the evidence bears out what he said, and that is that she was telling people she was suicidal, everything but the hearing voices, which you notice the prosecution focused on. Nobody ever heard about the hearing voices. No, until she went and saw Dr. Zeisel, who we are familiar with from the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. He'll definitely be testifying in this matter. So I think the prosecution is going to suggest that even if all of that's true, this whole hearing voices and carrying that out was pure fabrication as part of a master plan. So the drugs, yeah, probably could have been handled better if I'm the prosecution. That's my argument. But they didn't cause her to do this. That was her direct intent. She planned it. She carried it out.
Well, did they give a reason for why she would plan it or carry it out? When you come from a house that apparently I thought that Reddington did very well, you're going to see pictures on the wall and alphabets and all sorts of stuff, that he set it up, that this was a wonderful, lovely house and everyone was trying to help her. So why would she all of a sudden decide to kill her 3 kids unless she had a postpartum psychosis or acute moment?
Yeah, it's not like we're going to see a history of neglect or an absentee parent. In fact, they both were in the home all day. And so, yeah, if that was going to be an argument or somebody was going to consider, well, maybe that's what happened, that's off the table. Again, assuming the evidence bears out what we've been told. And I wouldn't think he'd throw that out there if it wasn't going to be proven. So his job, and he did a great job in opening, was to draw this contrast between this loving mother that, she's a nurse that assisted in delivery of babies. She named her first child after the first baby she was involved with the delivery of at the same hospital. I mean, those little nuggets are so good and so important for Reddington to get out there to not just humanize his client, but to create that history, that's how important children are to her, not just hers, but children. So therefore, and I've talked about this default position before, that nobody wants to think that a mom is going to kill her kids. Nobody wants to think that's an option. And so if you make it look like the only possible reason she did it was the psychosis, was the overlying meds, then the defense is going to get a win, whatever that win looks like. Hung jury, the incapacity to commit the murder. Interesting, and I know you noticed this, that the court in the preliminary instructions referenced second-degree murder.
Yes.
And something that the jury would have to decide on. We weren't sure where that was going to go, if there were going to be truly lesser included. What do you think about that as an option for the jury?
I mean, I guess you could say that if she had reduced intent, she could get to a second-degree murder. But if she has reduced intent, it has to be through the postpartum psychosis. So I don't see how you, unless there's I don't see how the jury, shall we say, decides to agree that, hey, we can't agree it's murder, we can't agree it's postpartum psychosis, and therefore she's not responsible, and we're going to settle. No go, she had in second-degree murder. I don't see 12 jurors coming to that.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I think it's a wild card, though. That's for sure. We never know what a jury is going to focus on or what compromises they might make. We thought that the lack of capacity is effectively a compromise too, or it could be. If you've got a couple of jurors that believe she's guilty and everybody else says, yeah, but the lack of capacity does it for me, they need to know she's not walking. Well, I'm sorry, she's not rolling out of here going home. She's going to face consequences. That to me is a much better compromise than second-degree murder.
I thought also the one thing that he did really effectively is explain her her fracture, he just started out by saying that it was the Superman fracture. I mean, then all of a sudden we all knew, we all knew what it was. We all knew that it's, had this Jefferson fracture to the spine. This is not something that just, she was just, I mean, this was bad. I don't know what to say except that it was just bad.
So I still, I understand that the crushing of the vertebrae from the fall.
Mhm.
Did you get a sense of whether it was a haphazard fall versus a dive versus a jump? Did you get a sense of that?
No, I don't get a sense of that at all. All I know is that she either fell feet down, she could have fallen this way too, because when you're jumping over a horse, right? And then you kind of
Yeah, you
roll
think of
on your
Christopher
neck.
Reeve, of course, the
Or
Superman
Christopher,
reference.
right? And
And
that's
he
what he
was a
said. Or you
true,
roll on your neck.
neck down
Right.
quadriplegic. She has thoracic right here down,
Right there. Right.
based on where all the damage was done.
It sounds like she landed on her chest. That's what it sounds like. That it's not a landing on her head. That it was not a feet compression, but that she landed on like a swan dive on her chest.
Which
That's
is
what
like
it sounds like.
kind of just a fall. I mean, because it is only 12, 13 feet. It's not very far, to be honest with you. Some of us have fallen off ladders from that height, and which explains a lot for me. But it is not that far. So the kind of damage she suffered suggests that it was, intentionally directed toward a more vulnerable part of her body.
Right. I mean, that's and that I think we're going to hear that she still wants to kill herself. What did you think? And I thought this was interesting. We heard for the first time that Reddington met her, he took Dr. Zeisel with him to interview her.
Yeah.
Which means, of course, there may be attorney-client privilege, but since Zeisel is going to testify, all that's going to come out. What did you think of that? I hadn't heard that done before, and obviously there was a reason Mr. Reddington did it. What did you think about that?
Yeah. Well, I have two thoughts on that. First of all, Reddington's smart, and he saw what this case was and what it's about, even that early, right? So that to me just gives you insight as to how savvy he is about what was about to play out legally after what happened factually. But the second thing I thought about was how he had to fight over a week, he said, just to get in there. That it was, I think he said, an armed compound or something like that. They had her handcuffed to the bed, and they had cops posted outside. So how true it was that they kept her from her attorney it concerns me. And then the fact that when he did get in there, he took the doctor just seems to me to be practical and smart on his part.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I had a client who was taken to Bellevue, handcuffed to a bed. They let me in. There's an officer that actually assigned in New York City to the Bellevue unit to let lawyers in. And they let me in immediately. And I took a doctor with me also when I did that. So, I mean, but I didn't have that. I mean, there was no delay. It was like, you're in. Come on, let's go.
Of course. And so I'm sure there's some back and forth about when he was retained, when he had the right to go, because that's such a blatant violation to just keep her from her attorney. I can't believe it's that cut and dried. But the way he tells the story makes it sound pretty onerous and like she's in prison already.
Yeah. It's just very interesting. But we have had people on our chat believe that doesn't matter, that this is a murder, because I'm explaining how in England that they call this infanticide, and the penalty is lesser. It's not murder, it's lesser. Because of the basis that it's postpartum psychosis. And other people were saying, no, she murdered her kids, she murdered her kids, that's it. So did you get any of that feeling inside the courtroom, like any oohs, ahs, whatever?
Nope, super quiet. Other than I've mentioned a couple times the nodders. There are a couple of nodders. Very, I mean, this is early on and this is dramatic stuff. And so it wasn't like people were, looking around the courtroom, eyes wandering. There were a couple of women on the back row who broke their gaze from the speaker to look over at Lindsay Clancy. Whether they're looking for a reaction from her, whether they're just curious, because she doesn't do a lot. I mean, she is relatively immobile, and I don't mean that in the medical sense. I mean, she can move her arms. I've seen her do that, but I don't think she can write. I don't know that she has that kind of dexterity, but she can be animated to the point that her body allows her. And I haven't seen her do anything yet. She was loud voiced when the judge said, good morning, Miss Clancy. And she said, good morning. And it didn't seem demure or scared. Seemed like any normal defendant sitting there when she responded.
Well, who's in the audience? Because they did pan. You may not know it, but they did pan to the well of the courtroom. You know, something that I don't like, but they pan
That's
to
on
the
the
well
other
of the
side. The
courtroom.
media is basically on the same side as the camera.
Okay.
So it's there panning over where you'll see family, supporters. I was surprised too. I saw Ms. Healy from Tim Bradle's office, his paralegal. We said hi after. I said, "What do why are you here?" She said, "I'm just outraged by this case." No, okay.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that was an interesting, the juxtaposition. I've been in this courtroom many times for Judge G, right? And then to see somebody from another branch of the, judicial system here, the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, all in this one little collection of people. It
Well, I
looks
want to
like,
relate the two because it seems to me that the father in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, the father of the child, and I hope they're working out parenting and hope everything is going well there. But that the argument, and I used to see it on chat rooms, was that you had to really take the child away from Kelsey, even though she had postpartum depression, because Lindsay Clancy is the example as to why. That automatically it would go from depression to psychosis, and that's why he had to take the child away. So I
yeah,
think there is that relationship that perhaps they are interested in.
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And I was going to tell you, a guy wanted to join the conversation, took my mind off track. See who else was there that, I've talked to a few folks who live in this area, obviously know about the case, and decided just to, come and see what it's about. And the line was, if the line gets much longer at any point, they won't fit in the courtroom. It was almost exactly the right number to get everybody in there. The media, we have to sign in only if you're a 119 judicial Supreme Court signatory to the credentials. And there are a lot of folks who are media, but they're not, as we were for Karen Reed, as you'll recall.
That's right.
We were media, but we didn't have the magic badge. So, but those who do, you sign in, and there were probably 20 that were signing in. New York Times, all the local folks, but even outside this area, they're sending in, folks to monitor this case. And again, maybe it's just the openings. I don't want to be the pot calling the kettle black, because I won't be able to be here for the rest of the week either. But we'll be coming back probably once a week for a couple of days at a time as the thing unfolds.
Yeah. And, we talked at once point, well, sometimes it depends on whether or not there's other cases, but I think there's more going on here. I think it's the whole women's issue of educating for postpartum psychosis. And, normally the general rule is that viewers don't like to see cases where children are the victims, where children are killed. So there's something more going on here if we're having all the mainstream media, including the New York Times here, covering what's going on and why. And perhaps it has to do with also the drug prescriptions.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
No, I think people are outraged at the whole drug issue, whether they think it aggravated her situation, whether they think it was entirely to blame. When you see the number of prescriptions and medical visits and variety of drugs, it's scary because who's she going to rely on if it's not these professionals?
Right. And any indication that when the father, her ex-husband, testifies that the state has decided maybe not to play the 911 call, to pull back on that?
It's coming.
Okay.
And the reason I say that, I posted a couple of things on X and even in our chat earlier today. The bailiff came out as we were killing that time before the proceeding started to say, did everybody see the order from Friday? And that was the order in which the court agreed with counsel for Patrick Clancy that the 911 call will not be disseminated, that any of the autopsy photos will not be disseminated. That's the autopsy photos. That doesn't get anybody concerned because that's very normal. But to not allow distribution or re-recording or playing the 911 call, that's pretty extreme.
Right.
And I've seen people say, no, it's out there already. It's not. It's not out there. You've probably seen some quotes in some of the papers filed by the parties. Things like he said when he gets on the phone with the operator and he sees the kids, she killed the kids. That quote you've seen. You have not heard it. So the bailiff came out to remind everybody, you can't broadcast that. You can describe it. You can talk about what's in it.
That's interesting because that was my question. Are you going to be able to describe it, and are they going to release it after the trial ends?
I would say at some point. I mean, at that point, what argument do you have to keep it if there is a conclusion? Now, if there's a hung jury, chance for a retrial, maybe not.
What is in it that's going to be so inflammatory? And I apologize. That's my.
That's, all I can imagine is that the level of emotion, it has to be off the charts. If you remember how it happens, he gets home, doesn't hear anything, goes upstairs, unlocks the bedroom door. That's where he sees blood on the floor. And we saw a picture of that.
Mhm.
So we got a better sense of what that meant, blood on the floor. And that was from her wrist and neck injury. And he sees the window open, sees her down, goes into the backyard. At that point, he has no clue except, I wonder where my kids are. And he calls 911 at that point in the backyard. Then he asks where the kids are. They're in the basement. He goes there and finds them. He's on 911 the whole time. He is on live with 911 as he goes down the steps to the basement,
Boy.
sees his 3 kids dead
Oh boy,
or
you
near
can't.
death.
This case is horrifying, and I do trigger warnings for some people because some people are not going to be able to take it. It's been beyond. And I think Reddington is suggesting that the prosecution, again, trying to increase his likability and decrease theirs. There's no need to play the 911 call and put him through this. I mean, everyone has agreed. She killed the kids. Why put him through this? So what does the prosecution gain, and what does Reddington gain?
I don't think Reddington gains anything. I think the prosecution is just trying to highlight the heinous nature of what happened, and the raw emotion from the husband, the father, ex-husband, certainly going to be chilling for this jury.
So does heinousness indicate intent, or does heinousness indicate psychosis, Michael? That's the
Well, yeah,
ultimate
I mean,
question
it
for
could be spun. It could be spun either way, but the jury and the judges decided. The jury is entitled to hear this call however they want to spin it. Whether they think it's just a perfect example of how could somebody do something so outrageous without an underlying condition, or how could she be so evil? Look what she did. You can spin it either way. It depends on the ultimate conclusion about intent or no intent.
So if she gets convicted, is this call, the admission of this 911 call, possible grounds for a reversible error?
In my opinion, no. In my opinion, because it's such a normal part of most criminal cases, I can't imagine to what level it would have to rise that an appellate court would find it as anything but harmless error. I don't know, just my opinion.
No, just was wondering because we're not going to hear, but you're going to have, obviously we'll have a better idea once you hear it and what the reaction for everyone in the courtroom is going to be, I would imagine. And the jury. I mean, you're going to have close look at the jury. I mean, I assume.
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to slip out, and I know you got to go as well. But
Right.
keep us up here, folks. We'll have the logo up there. It's no fan, but it's it tells you we're live, and we're going to continue to bring this to you. And then at lunch, I'll pop back out again if we have a little time for Q&A. So
Okay, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to read some of the super chats, and then I'm going to go. And I told everybody I will be back at 6:00. Michael has to go in and get a seat and get ready. But I want to thank all of you. Obviously, 30 Jewels for the flower. Thank you very much. I'll figure these out one day as a defense attorney. Interesting. Laurel Annie says, "Control freaks don't kill their kids. Don't buy it." Okay, we'll see what's going to happen there, right? Take that. And then apparently I have a 6 Jewels for a makeup brush. Okay, I could always use a makeup brush and anything for makeup. Lisa Van Cycle, as I said, we're going to ask to have you on because you know so much about the drugs here. I'm so sorry for this. My niece was run down in Times Square a few years back. The veteran who nearly killed her was found guilty by mental illness. Right decision, in my opinion. An army doctor's intervention saved her life. Wow. So we'll have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, when we set up that date. And thank you very much for the super chats. I think there was a few more that I may have missed, but Joy and Sheila may or may not stay on. I've told them they don't have to stay on the whole time, but I think that you're probably all addicted right now to seeing what you're seeing. I am going to go behind my avatar, but I will not be here until 6 because I do have a meeting and I'm working on something for a client and still have a conference call. So thank you for joining us. I'm sorry I can't join you for the whole time, but I know this case is riveting, everybody. And please put your questions in the chat so we have them for tonight. So if you want anything answered, please put them in the chat, and Joy and Sheila will be monitoring. Thank you all very, very much.
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I work from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
A nurse.
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
And, you know, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat. and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch, or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that.
So if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that
Yes.
time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether, it would be spread out over the week, is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did she also, Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out, and I don't know. She would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah,
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
When did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have, I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22, and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates, but she just, one night she said, do you mind, she started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that like if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate. Yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be admitted as
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Um, 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mhm.
So that aligns with
But
what
the
happened.
question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxynine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxynine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital
She did.
and she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that
Yeah.
correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, this is exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah,
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all five. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention. And
were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't,
And why not?
because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital? Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 in the morning.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess. And we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll see everybody about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, folks. Got that all organized. This is kind of a catch as you can kind of operation for today. But once we get a little more set up over the days that we're here, it'll be much more smoothly handled, I think. I actually found a nice spot where the Wi-Fi is actually strong enough. I don't have to set up the Starlink, but kind of a weird angle and a weird shot, isn't it? I got nothing I can give you here. It's kind of it is what it is. Anyway, all I can tell you is if you have not been watching the testimony of Patrick Clancy, you're missing one incredible human being. Just to know what this guy's gone through, to see his stoic, matter of fact presentation. Obviously, we haven't gotten to the worst part of his story. We will. But the last thing he said before the break for lunch, I would have paid anything. And that was a question and a topic related to Lindsay Clancy going back and forth to the hospital and whether or not his insurance was going to cover it. And I guess there was some suggestion that, well, if your insurance would have covered it, she would have continued some of the treatment. But he made it clear, no, that wasn't the issue. I would have paid anything. So I just had an interesting conversation with Dr. Zeisel because, first of all, I saw him and I'd seen him in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. So I went up, chatted with him for a minute. And was curious, among other things, what his take was on the presentation of the case, how it's going to flow. He's obviously going to be a defense witness. They haven't given him some sense of when it will happen, but he was telling me that he's worked with Kevin Reddington a number of times. And so when told, I'm assuming you guys can hear this because I've got no feedback from it. So I haven't seen any yelling and screaming, so I'm assuming you have. Anyway, so he said, they were saying 2 to 3 weeks, and then it jumped up to 6 to 8 weeks. And he thinks it's going to be shorter than that, whatever that means. And he's likely to be one of the first defense witnesses, Dr. Zeisel. I was asking him because something that came up during the opening statement by the defense was how Reddington was kind of barred from seeing his own client. We're not sure exactly how that happened, why it happened, but it did. And he was able to get in after about a week, and he took Dr. Zeisel with him, which I thought was a little unusual. Linda and I talked about that last time we were together out here. He said, yeah, it was, but I'm local. And he was able to go in there and had worked with Kevin Reddington before. So he didn't put a lot of stock in it, and I didn't press him, but I definitely would want to know more about that, to take him. And I speculated with Linda that, Reddington is a, seasoned professional, and he saw that as an opportunity to have Dr. Zeisel in, literally on the ground floor. So I know they're trying to catch some folks coming out of the courtroom here, out of the door behind me. I didn't do this by choice, but it's the best place for the Wi-Fi signal. So I'm trying to stay out of the way as best I can and still have my signal. Anyway, so we'll expect to see him when the defense begins its case. Dr. Zeisel will be critical.
You have no comment. Thank you.
How do you think things are going so far? How difficult is it?
So there you have the gaggle. The gaggle is, let me see if I can turn around and show you the gaggle. There goes the gaggle. They have no comment, no comment, no comment. They are Lindsay Clancy's parents. And vultures descended on them. No judgment. Probably would have done the same if it were a different case. And I was, what do you expect the parents to say? I guess it's brutal. It's got to be brutal. So speaking of brutal, the testimony of Patrick Clancy. Oh my gosh. We'll see what happens when he gets into the the day of stuff, because we're leading up to it. And there were some interesting elements of his testimony. And if you guys, if you have any questions about some stuff that might be going on, I will look for the starred questions. I'll look for the triple question mark is always easy. And if Joy or Sheila sees them and can star them, I will look for those as well. Thank you so much, Nurse Kate. That's a lot of jewels. There's a lot of jewels there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyway, so let me see. Let me grab another one here while I got you. Let's see. More jewels and an unk alert. Thank you. My screen is, I have to apologize. It is so small. Let me see if I can help myself with a little bit larger image so I can see what it says there. Thank you. Yes, appreciate that. And let's see. I think I had another one here. That was, by the way, that was a Thomas Still. And more jewels. This jewels thing is a new thing. Apparently, it's become very popular because a lot of people are doing it. That's Pibby and Rose. Is that close? Probably not. But thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyway, so when they start talking, I mean, they basically go back to square one with the father of these children that the defendant has ended their lives. And it was important for a number of reasons. Key, and one, I will give you this right out of the box because I thought it was so important. And that was the not the prescription drugs per se, but how many of the pills might have been taken. Remember, the defense position and everything I think we've heard up to now, 11 drugs intermixed here and there, and I think you're building in your mind a story that's just pill after pill after pill on top of one another. And, you can imagine one of those little pill boxes just packed with pills that are added to every time she goes to a different healthcare provider. Well, according to the husband, and this may or may not be the whole story because she may have been hiding something from him. We don't know. We don't exactly know what's going on, but they had as one of their exhibits the 9 pill bottles that he was going to take to the police just to dispose of them. So he wouldn't, be responsible for chucking them in the garbage if somebody got them. Who knows what might happen. But the numbers that let's see if I can get to this here. The numbers that the prosecution was itemizing for pills actually taken. Okay. Not talking about the number of prescriptions, the number of pill bottles, and they ranged from Ativan to Zoloft to Vuspar, I think it was how it's pronounced. I'm not familiar with that one. I don't know that one. Triazodon. Anyway, these were roughly 30 pill prescriptions, and that's not unusual. Anytime you have these stronger meds, they're going to have a smaller prescription. And out of one, the Ativan, she took only 4. Out of one of the first Zoloft prescriptions, she took only 7. But then there was also testimony that when she went back to, and this was Dr. Tufts, complaining that the Zoloft, this was the very first drug she started taking, that wasn't really making a difference. They doubled the prescription. So again, but only 7 out of that particular bottle had been taken. Of the Vuspar, the one that was prescribed on November 19, none of those were taken. The Trazodone, 7.5 of those were taken. Of the 30, those were prescribed on November 16. So if you had this idea that she's just chugging pills and that every time a doctor gave her a new prescription, she just piled it on with the last, not the story we're getting from Patrick Clancy. This is less, I think, less dramatic, obviously, and perhaps defeats a little bit of the defense argument that she was just so out of whack and messed up on all of these pills that she clearly had no intent to kill these children. It was a function of her postpartum psychosis and fueled and inflamed by these meds. But I don't know. I mean, what's your thought on that? That the meds, the number taken is actually pretty low. And I think the most she ever took was about 25% of a given bottle. Not that it's great that she kept getting these prescriptions, and maybe there will be additional evidence that says, well, that was just one set of prescriptions. There was also boom, 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 boom. We don't know. Guess I could have asked Dr. Zeisel, but that might have been prematurely inappropriate. I don't want to be in trouble for messing with witnesses. Let's see. Yeah, so we are in Massachusetts after all. It could have been intimidation. If I'd asked him how his dinner was last night, that could be intimidation. And the other note that I got out of all of that prescription stuff was she only had 2 prescriptions given to her at any given time. Now, so what? I can go into my medicine cabinet. Don't really have one, but that's what we always called them. Go into the drawer that I have all my meds in from like knee operation. I may have some old Percocet in there from a knee operation 20 years ago. I might, because I'm an idiot and I should be disposing of those meds. But you throw them in a drawer, and I hate meds anyway. I don't take them. I got it when I had my back surgery 4 years ago, I got the usual prescription for a bunch of Percocet and some oxycodone. Still have them. I think I took one maybe the day after the procedure. That's it. I don't like the meds, and I don't, so I got them in a drawer somewhere. My point is, who knows what was gathering where, regardless of how many were prescribed at a given time. And then also some marijuana use was filtered in there for some reason. Let's see. I'm trying to back up in his testimony here. Hold on. Was wondering if Michael could tell how the jury is feeling. I don't know if I can tell how they're feeling. A lot of note taking going on, though. Tons of note taking. And I do want to lay out for you the bodies because I finally got it fine tuned. I had 16 of the 18 pretty well penciled out, and the other two were like way down at the end of the row in front of me. Let me switch gears to that since you asked a good question. Obviously, everybody's fired up about this, and by that I mean in tune, watching, wondering what's next. A lot of notes by at least half, and if they aren't taking notes, they're locked in. Okay, and again, this is day one, so and you're not going to get a witness that's going to be more important for the story that's being told. So let me go to my cardboard here. Here's what I always do with I don't even have one of my official Justice Serve TV notepads today, but I do have my reporter's notebook, so you know that I'm official. So on the back, on the back hard part of the card, I will put together my jury panel. So there they are. So this does not have name, rank, and serial number, but at least to give you a sense of sex, gender. Wait a minute, that's the same thing. Race and rough age group. Don't hold that against me. I can't. I'm trying to just be very general, and I could be off a decade. All right. So as you're looking at if you're in the well of the court, and you've seen this courtroom, if the books behind the judge look familiar, it's because Judge G, who's been in this courtroom many times, as I. It's a very different vibe today. I'll tell you that. So if you're looking at the court bench, you have the defendant on the far right, and then you have in the table nearest the jury box, which is traditional. Burden of proof is the prosecution. There nearest the jury box. So right where the jury, it's only 2 rows. I wasn't sure if they're going to do, we used to call it a 6-pack. That's where you would have 12 in the normal jury box seats, and then you would have 6 in front of it as well, which would give you your 18. But I think that creates some sort of illusion for perhaps the jurors that those outside the box aren't, as important or somehow are disconnected. So they have 2 rows of 9 each. So back row, let's start with the left side. It is a white woman in her 40s. Okay. Nothing yet that I've seen that's too noteworthy. Seems attentive, seems to be following the action. The second one from the left is another white female, and she's 50-ish. And this is one of the jurors that I've seen take her attention away from the action in the well of the court or a witness or one of the attorneys and just take a minute or two and look at Ms. Clancy, just seeing what she can about her. I did see some more arm movements today. I was my angle is not the best to see exactly what Lindsay Clancy is doing, but she's definitely moving left and right arms. And they have a wastebasket right near her right side, just kind of between the base of her wheelchair and the table. And I don't know if there's a function for that or if it's just where it ended up because there was no room under the table. I don't know. I'm just kind of describing what I can see. And then I will see her hands moving generally, both left and the right hands. Okay. So the third guy, this is the guy I would call you ever watch Monster Garage? He's got the goatee beard that's like way down here, very long, very long. He's a white guy in his 50s, maybe mid to upper 50s. Trying to think if there's anything else about him other than he just reminds me of Monster Garage. Not anything beyond that. Sorry, I'll keep an eye on him for you. Then we have a female who is white, and she is in the 40 to 50 age range. There is next to her another female. If you're going to count these up, I'll save you the time. Yeah, and I think that's the number we thought we had going in: 12 female, 6 male. So another female, white, 40 years old. Then there's a guy. I'm trying to figure this guy out. This guy is 50-ish, white, male, ponytail, in a suit and tie. So, I don't know if that's his normal shtick, because he's got two different things going on here. From here down, suit and tie, very formal. From here up, beard, long hair, and a ponytail. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that yet, but interesting. Next to him, we have a white female in her 50s. And then we have a white female in her 30-ish, maybe in her 20s still. But this was another nodder. She is very naughty. That's N-O-D-D-Y, not N-A-U-G-H-T-Y. And then the end of the top row is a white female, about 50-ish. Okay, let's circle back to the front row now. We have a guy, probably the youngest or one of the youngest on the panel. I would say 30 at the most. He's a male, and he is, again, without trying to be, a mind reader here. He's got a darker skin tone. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell East Indian, Hispanic. I don't know. I will just say non-white, and I could be wrong about that. Could be a great tan. I don't know. Next to him, we have a male. I'm trying to read my notes here. I have to double check this because it was a white male about 50-ish, but my notes misleading on this. I'm going to double check it, but I'm 100% sure it was a white male. The three of the 5 men are sitting right next to one another in the front row. I don't know if that's by accident or they've already chummed up, But so you have a male who's darker skin tone, who's 30, right on the left side. You have a male white another male white about 50. Are you getting the pattern here? Then you have a female white about 50. And then you have another female white about 30. We have a row of the youngsters here. 4 females in a row, all white. 3 of them are 30. And then you have an African-American male. How'd that happen? And he's about 30, or at least appears to be. So he's a younger guy. And again, maybe he's, I don't know, Dominican or I don't know. My best guess is he is African-American. And then finally you have a white female at the end, 40-ish, maybe upper 40s. And that's it. At this point, that's what you got. So you've got 12 out of the 18 are female. And you could, with those numbers, anything's possible. You could put 12 women in the box or in the deliberations room in the end, right? It's possible. Okay. Yeah. So if I think about some other stuff about those folks, I'll share. I'll be learning more as we go. Don't you worry. So I think to circle back to that question about how they're feeling, obviously, I would hazard a guess that nobody wants to be there just because of the nature of this case. Appear to be as tuned in as you could be. Some are more interested in checking out the defendant when they can, and at least half are note takers. And then we got a few nodders. Okay. All right. Let's see. This is from Lisa Van Sickle. Read the federally mandated patient medication guide, and it will answer all of the questions. Okay. I don't have my PDR handy either, my physician's desk reference, which I did a lot of medical malpractice stuff. So you learn a lot about drugs, and I don't have mine handy. That is one. It's like a phone book. Remember phone books? But it's now they're of course electronic, but it was massive. And so I don't know if the mandated patient medication guide is similar to the PDR, but I'm sure it's great reading. I'm hoping to see the movie when it comes out. Okay, so let me back up here. Again, if you have any questions, throw them out there. I'll be here for another 15 or so. Then I'll grab a snack and head back in there. Okay. I actually used this notepad from the other side. I have a different case on it. So I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That's a little odd. When did that happen? was from the Murdoch case. Interesting. There's a conflation of cases. The Murdoch case in this case. Yeah. Okay. So, and if you missed it this morning, the openings were about a half an hour each, give or take, which was very tight. And apparently, according at least to Dr. Zeisel, that is Kevin Reddington's manner. Let's keep it moving. Let's go. What did you think about? I thought it was sort of interesting that they had the opening given by Ms. Buckingham, who has been second chair, and then first witness called, obviously critical witness, being examined by Ms. Sprague, who has been lead counsel for the prosecution. I thought it was kind of I don't know. Are you throwing somebody a bone? Do you think are you effectively saying the opening's not as important as other things I'm going to do, including closing? And I would imagine Ms. Sprague will do closing. Maybe they'll split it up into primary closing and then rebuttal. I don't know. It's obviously premature. I just thought it was an odd way to start off. Yeah. Any thoughts on that? Anybody care? And what'd you think of her? I mean, the reviews have come in for the most part. I would say not kind. Nobody's really ripped her apart. But when you see her finish and you see Kevin Reddington start, it's like, whoa, let the show begin. This guy is a trial attorney, all right? And, he's pointing to the DA, who, by the way, did not show up for the second half of the morning session. He was there front and center and was pointed out. I mean, literally pointed out, as you probably saw, by Kevin Reddington saying, here they are, putting on this show. And then, when the first witness and the testimony began, he's got better things to do. It just comes almost a cliche that we see this kind of thing in higher profile cases all the time. If you look at things like the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial, we got not just I think we got the second in charge of the DA's office there, but the whole phalanx of cops that were there to support Noonan. I mean, like I said, it gets really cliche. Okay, so we're going to get to, we took this pause in Patrick Clancy's testimony, really just about as he's done teeing up the day, right? Went through all of this. I was looking through another Reddington note. He's teeing up, everything we need to know about their family relationship before that day. Just as we're doing, oh yes, okay, let me get rid of that here. Sorry, thank you. Okay. Okay. So another note I had about Reddington, you may have, the first thing he just seems very genuine. He may be full of shit for all I know, but he seems very genuine, and he's telling this jury, God bless you. First thing he says, this is not just your normal jury duty, right? And he's telling the jury, you're going to be told this is not about, psychosis or medical conditions. He says it sure as hell is. So I like that. I like that folksy kind of approach. Yeah, the armed camp. I note there he called it the armed camp, where at the hospital they wouldn't let him in to see his client, and that's when Dr. Zeisel was ultimately made part of the party that saw her. That was the very first time they saw her after the incident. I still don't understand how they could get away with that. I just don't get it. Okay, so here we go. Get into the. So there was a point in time, and we weren't sure when this was going to be, where Ms. Clancy made her then husband aware that she was having these suicidal thoughts, right? So they seem to be a little sporadic, and she was back and forth to various hospitals and clinics, even though she never really stayed very long at any of them. Dr. Tufts was the first doctor. We'll certainly hear from all of these folks over time. Dr. Tufts was the first doctor and gave the first meds, which included the Zoloft. That was at South Shore Hospital. So, and that was really because she couldn't sleep much. There was some back and forth with, who was sleeping in the master bedroom, who was going to sleep in the basement, because she was just so restless about so many things, including, dealing with a newborn. There's another drug that I'm unfamiliar with. I know I should look this one up. Remeron. I think it's called Remeron. Anybody know when that is? Remeron? So, and then in December, remember when this happened? January 24, 2023. Okay, so that's your point from which you work backwards. Now we're talking about meds beginning in primarily October. Okay, and so really shorter period of time than I thought. I thought it might be a much longer period. But that's when they started documenting when each of these meds was begun or adopted or somehow changed. What was the reaction from the people when they asked him about the anniversary dinner on 12/3? Then showed a photo, and he's, yeah, it's in my notes. That was in my notes. I just haven't gotten there. So I'll tell you right now. I wouldn't say there was a reaction. You people watch too much drama on TV. Oh my gosh, somebody passed out. No. Was it noted? Was it noteworthy? Yeah, and that's called the prosecutor getting caught. She just had bad information. She has a picture which she believes is them out having a wonderful time just 6 weeks before the incident, right? Because that's her goal, is to point out things were as normal as they could be for a family with 2 small children and a newborn and juggling jobs. That's her job, to prove to this jury that that's we all have those issues, right? And she was no different. Yeah, she had some issues where she was trying to get on and off meds. But other than that, look, they went out and had a lovely anniversary dinner. Well, no, they didn't. And so I think it was noteworthy. Nobody passed out. All right. It was noted, though, because I thought it was interesting that, because, I'll be the first to admit it. I've been caught like that. You think you've got what you need to make a point, to tell your story, and then it's, blows up in your face and you move on. And you may have noticed she did. It wasn't like she got caught, and good for her, for Miss Sprague. She just, moved on. Let's see. Yucca Valley Nan 2074. Does Lindsay have support sitting behind her? Yeah, and her parents, if you just joined us, her parents left. And I know, sorry, dudes and dudettes, but the press is right here, the media. There are 2 doors. This directly behind me is one exit door. It's actually the entrance door for the staff. You have to have a little fob to get in there. But right around the other side, 40 feet away, is the other set of doors where everybody comes in. I just looked around for the best Wi-Fi signal because I'm able to use the court's Wi-Fi, which is so nice. I mean, I look kind of weird, no lighting, don't have all my toys, but the signal is great. So great. This just happened to be where they were camped out, waiting to catch whomever was going to come out so they could say, how do you feel? And they would say no comment. I didn't want to be in that shot. I didn't, but sorry, you guys come first. If I can be in this spot to send you a better signal, I'm sorry. That's what I'm going to do. So yes, is the answer. Her parents were here. I don't know if there's an extension to that. Some of the defense team, obviously, because Dr. Zeisel was right a row behind the parents. So he's on that side, obviously, as a key defense witness. And then I mentioned that Ms. Healy from Tim Bradle's office was there as well, because she's taken personal interest in the case. I don't know that there's a legal interest in it through her employer, Mr. Bradle, but just because she's here, and look at the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, how there were issues in that with postpartum depression versus postpartum psychosis, we expect to be a bigger issue in this case. So that's who's there now. The rest of the seats, I think, are really just taken up by interested observers. They don't seem to have one side or the other. There's no way to tell by just looking at them. Oh, yeah, I could tell who you're rooting for here. And this is, if there are any cases I've ever covered, there are no winners in this case. There will not be any winners in this case, no matter what the ultimate result. Okay. So, we're talking about the drugs. I mean, one of the things that was nice, and I mentioned this earlier, and I'm trying to paint a picture of the defendant as, this is such a loving, charming, caring mother. There's no way she would have done this but for the problem with the drugs and this postpartum psychosis. And that's why Reddington mentioned that she's a delivery nurse. I mean, you got to kind of like kids and babies and that whole thing to be a delivery nurse, but also that she named her first child Cora after the first child born when she was in the delivery room working as a nurse. So those kinds of things just make somebody so human and so caring. And I think that's job number one for Reddington. That's what he's got to do. He's got to make this jury think there's not a chance in hell any of this would have happened but for psychosis / medical lack of intervention, really. Yeah, the whole chronology laid out, and right now they've only gotten as far as early January. Okay, so we're weeks away from the event in terms of the chronology being laid out by the then husband, current father, or I guess he's the ex-father as well. I've just been amazed at this guy. Have you? I mean, can you imagine being in his position? Yes, remarried. Yes, apparently has a new family. I'm unclear on whether that's new kids that he and his wife have, or he inherited a family. I don't know what happened, but to say he's moved on would be an understatement, because here we are 3 years out, and he's got a new life, and he's now been dragged back into this case to go over his old life, his painful life, his traumatic life, and sit there, 15 feet away from the woman that made that all happen. Strong dude and very smart. You could just tell. First of all, he's works for Microsoft. I don't even know what that means. A lot of things you can do for Microsoft, but and was working primarily out of the home, so he had his basement office. And a couple of things that he had said just made me think, oh, that's he was talking about putting one of his answers to the questions in context, like helping the attorney by, well, I think it's important that that's in context. Those are the very thoughtful things that most witnesses either don't have the capability to reason, or they're too freaked out by the setting. This guy does not. He's unshakable. I mean, he is so calm, so matter of fact. I'm not sure. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen when we hear that 911 call, or when he hears it again. And I have to believe first time he's heard it, maybe in a long while. And again, I will mention that and I'm sure they'll mention it again. The bailiffs have already chastised the media about not recording it, not distributing it in any way, any media. We can talk about it. So I'll be doing my best to take copious notes. But I get the feeling it's going to be, as much as anything, about catching the tone and the when he first discovers his wife, the defendant, she's apparently, maybe when he first sees her in the yard and there's glass, and maybe he thinks, I don't know, she fell out of the window. What would you think? But having heard a little bit of her "I feel like killing myself" story, which has been coming and going for the months before this happened, he probably defaults to that, right? He goes down to the backyard. He's calling 911. That's at that point. I am pretty sure he's not thinking, "Oh, I hope my kids are okay." He wants to know where they are, but I seriously doubt that he thinks, "What'd she do to them?" Because that was never really a huge part of their discussions. I'm going to put this down while I can look at my notes here. That was not really a huge part of their discussions when they were talking about, her needing to go to the doctor and needing to go back and see Dr. Tufts, and then she saw a number of other doctors. Very little of that conversation was actually about hurting the kids. So I can't imagine his default position was, oh my God, she's here on the ground and she said the kids are in the basement. They're injured or worse. But the 911 call is going to capture all of that, and it will be played in court. I fully expect, if I'm the prosecution, I mean, this guy could go a little while longer, right? They're going to go till 4. So that means there's going to be 2 hours left in the last chunk. Not a bad way to leave the jury for the day, is to go with this 911 call. It's the very last thing that you do. Very powerful, I can imagine. And, you're going to send them home. Remember, there's no court tomorrow. So you're going to send them home with that ringing in their ears for a day and a half. Notes here.
the answers they got.
Or they had, again, for the prosecution, they're trying to paint this, hey, it's just everything's nice, everything's natural, nothing going on. She had some issues. She had to go to the doctor, blah, blah, blah. But they went to a birthday party, right? And they went to a food fair. I mean, all of these normal familial type activities. How bad could it have been? You know? I see January 16, my last note for a med reference. And that was more triazolam, I think it was, and diazepam. And that was Dr. Tufts. Dr. Tufts is kind of a continuing thread through this entire thing. And I've talked before about a case I was doing once where benzodiazepines were front and center. And those are basically central nervous system depressants. And they include everything from Versed to Valium to Xanax to Halcyon, et cetera, et cetera. Halcyon is big. And your body built up a tolerance to them. So I thought that might be an issue as we're talking about all those different drugs. Doesn't sound like it based on the number of pills that the prosecution says that she had of any of these different drugs. Tough to build up that kind of tolerance if you're taking 7, 5. The case I was working on, it was a civil case. The plaintiff was popping those things like Skittles and could still remain conscious. I mean, that's because she had been taking them so long that they had no, if a human, normal person were to take the same amount that this plaintiff was taking, they'd be dead. But over time, builds up in your system. And I know we have a lot of med folks out there and grabbing their PDRs, and I'm sure you'll check me, but believe me, I spent 2 months in a trial that dealt with benzodiazepines, so I know a little bit about them. But I'm not a doctor. Okay, so I think that's all I've got in my notes. Let me take one last look for questions here and see if I've got any more that we haven't gotten to. I think we're good. Thanks for all the jewels. I'm going to do some research on those. Now, the plan is, as we go into the afternoon, I think as soon as we're done, and I expect that's going to be at or about 4 o'clock, depending on, hold on. I think I might have did I get this one already? Yeah, this one we talked about about the 3rd. Yeah, it was definitely noteworthy, but nobody was passing out, all right? Let's see. When you have psychosis, as I did, it does not affect you 24/7. That is Louise D8P2B. That's a good note. I can't imagine there is a list where this is what happens to every single person under that condition. And I'm sure Dr. Zeisel will be getting into that in great detail. But that's going to be part of the discussion this jury is going to have to figure out. Is it something that can build to a climax? Is it something that has ups and downs? Is it something that's affected as much by what's going on in your body as the meds? Way too many questions at this point as to what happened in this case. And I appreciate, though, that personal reference, because I think everybody's going to have their own experience. I don't think it's going to be a cookie cutter situation there. I hope they continue with the civil suits for that very reason. We need to know the risks and better checks and balances implemented, that's for sure, to hold the healthcare providers liable. I mean, that is one of the issues in this case that is not really one of the issues to be decided at the criminal level. And that is, do these big pharmas, do they have any culpability for handing these things out, like maybe like Skittles? Yeah, I think already what we've learned makes the question a bigger one than I anticipated, because I was assuming massive quantities of these drugs were being consumed, and maybe they were. I don't know. But from those that were missing from the prescription bottles that have been entered into evidence, single digits out of a prescription for 30 each of these different meds. So that tells me, unless there were other meds available elsewhere, that it wasn't it might have been an over prescribing, but it certainly doesn't sound like it was an over ingesting situation. Let's see. Kirk's 7143. I'm still behind. What made the prosecutor think Mr. Clancy was going to help her case. He has completely disproved her opening statement. If she was seeing a psychiatrist and on meds, she had, I don't know what that is. She had, oh, mental health. Yeah, I don't know. This guy is the precipient witness, right? So how are you as the prosecutor not calling him to the stand? It's impossible. You have to. And her use, for lack of a better term, for this guy is going to come when we talk about the day of, and we talk about the 911 call. That's the impactful information. Yes, she's got this story now that he had a sort of regular family life with someone who was struggling. You know, it doesn't sound as extreme maybe as the prosecution ultimately is going to try and convince this jury, but that's not primarily his role. So when we get to the more emotional day of stuff, I think you'll see how it helps the prosecution. Okay. So here's the plan. We'll go till, like I said, I think 4-ish, somewhere in that point, they'll kick us out. I'll do a quick wrap up, not much, because we're going to circle back and do our normal 6 o'clock show. So I think we'll end this stream after that, just a few minutes. Anybody has any last minute questions from the end of the day, bang those out. But by 4:30, we'll be signing off. I'm going to run around and do a couple of things. I want to go to the locations where Patrick Clancy went on the day of the incident. If you believe the prosecution, it was to give her time to do what she did. If you believe the defense, it really was unrelated. Went to a restaurant they've been to before to get takeout, went to a CVS to get some meds for the kids. Big deal. Don't make more of it than it is. But I want to take that little loop and then end up at, I don't know, one of the locations, maybe outside the restaurant, if it looks like it's workable without causing some trouble. And then I will be back on with Linda at 6 o'clock. So that's the plan right now. And again, they're dark tomorrow. And then because I had a number of pre-existing things happening, I won't come back up here till probably next week. We'll just see how it goes. But depending on whether you believe Dr. Zeisel or the original estimate, it's either going to be 6 to 8 weeks or it's going to be closer to 4 weeks. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's more what the prosecution's got planned than what the defense has planned. The defense probably has a pretty good handle on the length of their case. Prosecution, I'm not so sure. So anyway, I see the logo is still there. So we put that up there. There it is. There it is. And I'm going to ask you to talk amongst yourselves. We're supposed to be back in about 8 minutes. I'm going to go grab a Cliff Bar and then settle into my spot. Should be a very dramatic afternoon. We'll talk a little bit afterwards, and then circle back tonight for our normal 6 o'clock. So thanks for joining, folks. Appreciate it as always. I think I got to all the questions. Feel free to ask any. There are no dumb questions. I have dumb answers, but there are no dumb questions. So I will check in with you again soon.
Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you want the witness on the stand now or after?
Well, if we've got a couple of seconds, jurors are coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
Take this one, sir.
Clancy, I do appreciate you have someone to vote.
You can be seated.
Court, all rise. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this next board exhibit.
All right. It may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in?
He was into firefighters and trucks and he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing happy birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage,
That's me.
and is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor?
see again, sidebar?
Chairman, at this time, we'd move to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you could submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And we can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No, she encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so. Yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
We could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh. $16.25. Sir, here at 1625, that Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together?
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. But the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the card photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
So to admit the exhibit with the guidelines at sidebar.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
15 somewhere.
What's it, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwebach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits. Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah,
Is that photo?
yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday, the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah,
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she like called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that. Yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday, the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And While you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. About that day.
Right. This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next
All
exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m.? asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I still be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here? Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort. and I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay?
All rise. Good. Go, please. On your chairs. Follow me.
You're all set. All right.
Here's the next one. Before this closing session, please be seated.
Council, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Oh, yeah, let me see, Council over here. All right. I want to thank everyone. And so we're going to be in recess on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m. All right, so we'll be in recess.
Board, all rise.
Hey, everybody. Well, as my friend from Court TV, Vinny Politan would say, as he says at the end of, I think, most of his casts, hug your kids. That's pretty tough stuff toward the end of the day there with Patrick Clancy when he's telling this jury that on the day of the event, he makes the order for the takeout from V3 at 5:08, and then basically says goodbye to everybody as he's about to leave. And he talks about rocking Callan, the little 8-month-old boy, rocking him on his lap, just, like fathers do. Kissing Cora on the forehead. Dawson was sitting on the couch eating chicken McNuggets from a bowl. And he says, I'll be right back. Wow. Okay, so what we saw unfold there, what I know was really unpleasant for a lot of folks for good reason, is the attempt by the prosecution to say, look, man, it was just business as usual, just another day. Because that way, in theory, the jury is going to say, well, then how could she possibly have had this ongoing issue or a building issue? Because literally an hour from the time he said, the order was placed and he was heading out the door, the children were either dead or dying, and his wife was crumpled up on the back lawn, having out of the window. What you'll find is, and I've talked to a number of folks, there are a lot of folks following this case here and elsewhere that relate to some degree with the defendant in this case. And they understand the weird nature of this condition, and it's not a light switch as much you might think. Once again, the parents are leaving the courthouse. I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but they have their priest with them, or it's a priest. He's right next to them. I'm assuming he's affiliated with them. Again, it's on the side right behind Lindsay Clancy. So anyway, that's the battle here. It's to create in the minds of the jury that everything was just fine right up until this happened. Why? Because she was perfectly fine, and she just premeditated what she was going to do. Didn't want to let on prior, and some of the questions are designed to lead you to that conclusion. When the prosecution says, so you had nothing of concern that day when she was alone with either Callan, when he went somewhere else with the other kids, they went skiing one day, or when he was with one of the children and she was with Callan and another, and they were in a different part of the home, or they were visiting friends, or the parents were there to visit, and then they went and visited some of their own friends for a barbecue. All of these are to create this perspective that, hey, it was normal, and there was nothing too concerning about what was going on. In fact, the quote from Patrick Clancy was, this was the day before. Actually, this was the day of. I'm sorry. She was having one of her best days. That was the quote. She was having one of her best days. You can see what the prosecution is trying to do. The real question is, will the defense have a stronger argument? Because thank goodness, this is strange territory for most folks. Not the overall condition, which we know impacts many, many more new mothers than we may have learned before. I mean, it's becoming more and more common. We hear about it, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, etc. But to the degree that it was carried out in this case, to the degree that condition might have expanded, this is new territory in terms of that. Yes, this is Andrea Yates type material, but I think it's even different than the Andrea Yates case. So we're going to have a panel discussion with some healthcare providers and others on the topic, because it's so important, and it really rises above the importance of this case in and of itself. So I just want to give you a couple of thoughts, because we will circle back at 6 o'clock. I will end this stream, and then we'll have a new one. We'll set up a new one for 6 o'clock because it is, since we got out early today, it gives me time to do the run that I mentioned. I'm going to drive the route from Duxbury to the CVS to the restaurant, get a sense of that timing. It's really not, none of these little locations are very far from where I'm sitting right now. Duxbury is about 5 miles north. Plymouth is where the restaurant is, and then the CVS is somewhere in between, but much closer to Duxbury than to Plymouth. But just to get a sense of my own time lapse. And remember, the jury is going to do that exact same view. They're going to go to these 3 locations. They're actually going to get out and go into the house in Duxbury, regardless of the fact that it's owned by new people now. They've redecorated, and it's all, very different. Spatially, it's the same. It wasn't like they demolished the house and rebuilt something. It's the same house, just different owners and clearly different inhabitants. So I thought it'd be interesting to take that route. I don't know for sure. Obviously, you get 2 or 3 different potential routes. I'm going to take one of them just to give a sense. None of them are extremely long or short. They're all within a minute or 2 of those that are proposed when you put in the old Google Maps. So I'll take one of those and just get a sense of that. And then I'll land somewhere and fire up for the 6 o'clock. Linda Kenny Baden will join at that time. So unless you have, I know we've been trying to collect up questions that we will get to through the course of our 6 o'clock show. I do appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Yeah. We know the importance of this case. We also knew going in that it was dicey for many obvious reasons. Doesn't mean it's any less important. And in fact, this has the weight of a important case and very important underpinnings in terms of the medical condition, in terms of big pharma's role, if any. All of those things we felt were very important. And so we're going to make every effort we can to get here as often as we can during the course of this trial. Let's see. Courtney, how many of the jury panel are parents? Well, we don't have like a one sheet on them. What I gave you earlier about their gender and their race and their approximate age, that's about all I've got for you. But I'd be shocked, based on those factors, that certainly everybody there is more likely than not to be a parent or grandparent. How's that? There are only a couple of them that were, I would think, in their 20s, and I think even later 20s, making it more likely, playing the odds that they have a child or two. So I think it would be I'd be shocked not to learn that the majority of the jury have kids or grandkids. Obviously, when the voir dire took place, that was something they had to go into because I don't, to be honest, is it critical? Yeah, it's critical to know that, but it doesn't mean you're going to side one way or the other. Maybe you think that it's outrageous that a person was able to kill her children. No, there is no excuse, period. And you have kids, and that's why you think that. Maybe you think the opposite. Wow, I knew somebody who had a condition, and it looks like she was not helped when she needed the help. Therefore, I can't hold her responsible for this because I have kids, and I know that you would never do that unless there was something drastically wrong. So I think you can cut both ways. Oh, thanks. That's a lot of jewels. I don't know if I can fit those in my backpack. That's a hell of a lot of jewels. Dr. Anai. Oh, I know that you've texted or emailed us about a report you're doing. Am I right? Yeah. And haven't had a chance to get back to you or follow up. I intend to, but I have not yet been able to do that. So, and the trophy cake, I don't know what that means, but it sounds like a good thing. I could use some cake right now. Do they make Cliff Bars in cake flavor? Thank you. That is very nice. Undeserved, but very nice. I was just talking again with, I won't share all the details that she did, but Courtney Healy is here from Tim Bradle's office, and she has a very close connection to this kind of story. I'll put it that way. And it's what a lot of people feel and see in this case, their own just a little nugget of things that they've had to deal with in their own lives. She has 4 kids. So anyway, let me see one more last check before I pull up stake here and move on. I really do like using the Quartz Wi-Fi. It's very nice. I mean, not that I don't like Starlink. I think wherever I end up at 6 o'clock, it will be Starlinked. But this is cool just to be, I kind of cornered this little spot. Unfortunately, it's where a lot of people come and go afterwards. So the press here, now they're gone, they're cleared out. But I was here first. So I ain't going anywhere. This is a nice little spot to sit down, do this thing, and get a nice, strong signal. I haven't seen any glitches. I'm sure you guys, you would tell me. You would tell me if there were glitches. Okay, and I'll save any other comments I might have had. I just think the way it was left makes it very clear that the 911 call is coming. And there was probably a conscious decision. Let's not do that today. End of the day, as important as that might have been for prosecution to punctuate what they're up to. I think leaving the jury hanging with really the last memory that Patrick Clancy had of his kids. That's some pretty powerful stuff for the prosecution, and something the defense knows about, going to have to deal with. So, okay, let me clear out. Let me get rid of this and move this and move this over here. We actually, I think, got pretty lucky today with our attempts to pull this together, because I actually am running the stream from here, which was not the original plan, but it's working. It's working. So we'll see how it goes going forward. Again, they're dark tomorrow. I am very tempted to come back up Wednesday, because fully expect the 911 call will take place that day, and it is one of the key pieces of evidence for this jury. If I can be the 13th juror, or would I be the 19th juror, including alternates, I think that piece of evidence is critical. So I'm going to see what I can do to clear the decks and make a return in a couple days. We'll see how that goes. Okay. In the meantime, I can't find out, as much as I love this being posted up there, Michael's bestest, I'm trying to remove it. Why can't I remove it? Joy, can you help me take that down? Thank you. Okay. Okay. See you back here in a little bit. We'll end this stream, and I don't know if we're portaling over to the other one, but just look for the 6 o'clock version, and Linda Kenny Baden will join. We'll go through all of this, maybe re-rack some of a little bit of the husband's testimony, the ex-husband's testimony, just to give those who might have missed it a little feel for the intensity of those moments. All right. That's going to do it for me from here. Michael Bryant in Plymouth, Massachusetts, the Superior Court here. We will see you very soon. In the meantime, please try to do the right thing.